Welcome back, weary hearts and wandering minds. I'm Lou, and now begins your moment of calm and wonder. Step closer, and let's dive together into this magical experience. Dear ones, it's so good that you're back here. This is your place of rest. Tonight, we're going to walk together with a very well-known young man, Sherlock Holmes, young, brilliant, and not quite finished becoming himself. You weren't planning on walking tonight with him, were you? But the city seems quieter than usual, and the air invites you to slow down. The sound of your footsteps mingles with someone else's, not close enough to suffocate you, not far enough to disappear. He walks beside you. He doesn't introduce himself. He doesn't need to. There's something in the way he observes the street, the windows, the reflections, the pauses between sounds. You realize he thinks faster than he walks. After a moment, he speaks softly, almost to himself. I tend not to notice things that leave no mark, the silent ones. You don't interrupt him. You don't rush him. You simply keep walking. And somehow, he allows it. Tonight isn't about danger. It's not about urgency. It's about a little mystery, and the beginning of a partnership neither of you knew you needed. So, stick around. Keep pace with him. This story begins with a walk. The first thing you notice is the light. Not the bright, busy kind that shouts from shop windows, but the softer glow, trembling behind curtains, as if each home is holding a secret candle for itself. London in early evening is a spell written in mist. The cobblestones shine like dark river stones. The air tastes faintly of rain and smoke and old paper, and somewhere in the distance a bell marks time the way a heartbeat marks a living body. You walk slowly, letting the city breathe around you. A thin fog drifts at ankle height, curling and uncurling like a curious cat. Your coat catches the damp, but not unpleasantly. It feels like being wrapped in a cool, clean hush. Beside you, the young man's pace is measured, as if he's trained himself to match the street rather than outrun it. He is not dramatic, not in the way the stories will later make him. There's no cape of arrogance, no polished cruelty, just a boy, and a mind that refuses to rest. His eyes move constantly, up to the ironwork balconies, down to the mud at the edge of the curb, across the faces passing by, back to the lamplight reflected in puddles. He is reading the world, and the world, for the most part, doesn't know it's being read. You keep your hands tucked into your sleeves, fingers warmed by your own presence. You don't ask his name. It feels, strangely, as if the city already told you, not in words, in atmosphere. In that quiet recognition you sometimes get when you step into a room and understand the mood before anyone speaks. He glances toward you, not fully, not directly, like someone checking the position of a star. You don't stare, he says at last. It isn't quite a compliment. It isn't quite a question. It's an observation, offered like a pebble dropped into still water. You smile, just a little. You don't like being stared at, you reply. A pause. Then, very faintly, the smallest curve at the edge of his mouth. Most people stare at the wrong things, he murmurs. They look at what's loud. You walk past a narrow bookshop, its door half open like an invitation. Inside, warm light spills over shelves so crowded they seem to be holding their breath. A small bell above the door trembles as someone enters. The sound rings out, delicate and brief, like a note played on glass. Sherlock's gaze follows it. Not the person, the bell. You realize, with a soft kind of wonder, that he is drawn to small signals, things that whisper rather than shout, and you think, suddenly, of how many of those whispers the world misses. Maybe that's why he looks so tired sometimes, even when he's standing still, because if you hear every quiet thing, you carry more than most. A carriage passes, wheels hissing on wet stone. Its lanterns smear gold across the fog, turning the street into a moving painting. Sherlock doesn't flinch at the noise, but you notice his shoulders tighten, just a fraction, as if his mind is always bracing for a new detail to demand attention. You keep your pace steady. Your presence beside him feels like a choice, a small act of courage, not the loud, heroic kind, the kind that says, "I will not rush you. I will not fear your silence." You pass a narrow alley where shadows gather, not threatening, just deep. There's a smell of damp brick and old wood. You catch the faintest trace of something sweet, like dried lavender crushed between pages. Sherlock stops, not abruptly, more like a thought has placed a hand on his shoulder. He turns his head slightly toward the alley. You feel the shift before he speaks, as if the air itself has leaned closer. "Do you hear that?" he asks. You listen. At first, only the usual, distant voices, carriage wheels, the soft hiss of fog. Then, barely there, a tiny, repeating sound, a delicate melody, so faint it could be imagination, like a music box playing behind a wall. You look at him. His eyes are brighter now, as if the world has handed him a key. "It's not coming from a house," he says softly, more to himself than to you. "It's too uneven, like it's moving." You breathe in, slow and calm. A strange warmth spreads through you, not fear, not excitement, something gentler. Curiosity. You step closer to the mouth of the alley. The fog seems thicker there, as if guarding something small and private. The melody continues. A lullaby you almost recognize, but not quite. Sherlock tilts his head, listening the way a scholar listens to a language he's only seen written. "This is deliberate," he murmurs. "And yet," you say quietly, "it sounds lost." He glances at you again, a quick flash of surprise, as if you've named something he hadn't wanted to admit. Lost. That word does something to him. You feel it like a subtle change in temperature. He exhales, controlled, restrained, and then steps into the alley. You follow. Your footsteps soften on the damp ground. The walls on either side are close enough to make the world feel smaller, not trapped, focused, as if you've stepped through a hidden door. The fog curls around your calves, and the melody grows clearer with each step. It's a simple tune, not haunting, not tragic, just tender, the kind of music that belongs to childhood, to quiet evenings, to someone trying to remember hope. Sherlock's voice drops to a whisper. "Someone is carrying it," he says, "or someone left it somewhere it shouldn't be." You spot something ahead, a dark shape near a stack of wooden crates, half covered by a tarp. Sherlock approaches without haste, but with absolute intent, like a candle flame moving toward oxygen. The shape is not a person. It's a small satchel, worn leather, resting as if it was placed carefully, not tossed. The melody is coming from inside. Sherlock crouches, fingers hovering above the clasp. He hesitates, just for a breath, and in that hesitation, you see it, not logic, not calculation, a flicker of something human, a question that isn't about the satchel, a question about what it means to open things, to look too closely, to find what's hidden. Because sometimes, discovering the truth changes you. And young Sherlock Holmes, for all his speed of mind, seems painfully aware of that. You kneel beside him, close enough to be company, not close enough to crowd him. "You don't have to do it alone," you say, as softly as the fog. His eyes shift to you. For a moment, the alley feels like a world paused between breaths. Then he nods, barely, and that nod is a small kind of magic. Not fireworks, not thunder, just the quiet courage of letting someone stay. He opens the satchel. Inside is a small music box, oval and silver, its lid slightly bent. The tune wavers as if the mechanism is tired, like it's been playing too long without being held. There's a scratch on the surface, a crescent mark, fresh. Sherlock's gaze locks onto it immediately. He touches the scratch lightly with one fingertip, then looks at the hinge. The clasp, the tiny dents along the side. His mind begins to move, fast but controlled. You can almost feel the gears turning in the air. He lifts the music box carefully, like a fragile truth. And when the melody finally slows and stops, the silence that follows feels important, not empty, full, as if the city is waiting to see what you will do next. Sherlock turns the box over. On the underside, engraved faintly, is a name, not fully readable, as if time and wear have tried to erase it, but enough remains to catch the lamplight, enough to be a clue. Sherlock breathes out, slow. This wasn't stolen for value, he says. His voice is calm, but something in it is tight. It was taken for meaning. You look at the small object in his hands and think of how many lives are shaped by things that seem small. A letter, a ribbon, a melody. Sometimes destiny arrives quietly, and only those who listen ever realize it has entered the room. Sherlock stands, music box still in hand. He doesn't look triumphant. He looks awake, as if the world has placed a question in front of him that isn't purely logical, and that unsettles him. You both step back out of the alley. The fog meets you like a soft curtain. The street is the same as before. Carriages, lamps, distant voices. Yet everything feels changed, as if you've crossed a threshold into a story that will teach you something. Sherlock begins walking again, and you fall into step beside him. His voice is quiet, almost reluctant. Whoever owns this, he says, will be looking for it. You nod, and whoever left it there, you add gently, wanted it to be found. He doesn't answer immediately, but you see his jaw tighten, as if he's thinking not just about the case, but about the strange, delicate truth underneath it, that some mysteries are not traps, some are invitations, invitations to remember, to return, to become. The lamplight trembles in a puddle beside you like a second sky, and as you walk, you sense it, the beginning of something larger than a missing object, a lesson unfolding in the shape of a mystery, a quiet transformation starting to take root in a mind that believes it must stand alone. And somewhere, in the mist ahead, the city seems to hold its breath, as if the next clue is already waiting for the two of you to notice it. You keep walking, and the city keeps breathing. It breathes through chimney smoke and damp stone, through the slow drip of water from gutters, through the soft, steady shush of fog sliding along iron railings. And in Sherlock's hand, the music box feels heavier than it should, not in weight, in meaning. He doesn't cradle it like a treasure. He carries it like evidence, careful, precise. But you notice the way his fingers tighten when the lid shifts, as if he doesn't want it to open by accident, as if he's learned that some things, once opened, cannot be closed the same way again. You walk beside him, matching his pace. It's a quiet kind of partnership, no dramatic vows, no grand speeches, just two sets of footsteps, synchronized, as if the street itself has decided you belong to the same story. Sherlock glances ahead, then slightly to the side. The engraving, he says. His voice is low, like he's speaking to the fog, so it won't carry the words away too loudly. It's partially worn, you reply, but not by time alone. He looks at you, quickly, almost startled, then looks away again, as if your observation pressed the exact spot he'd been studying in his mind. Yes, he says, precisely. You pass a closed florist's stall. Its wooden shutters are damp, the paint peeling, but someone has left a small bunch of white flowers tucked into the corner of the frame. A tiny gesture, a quiet hope. Sherlock notices it and keeps walking, but you feel something in him respond, not warmth, not softness. Attention, like a compass needle twitching towards something it doesn't fully understand. What do you think it means, you ask, softly. He exhales, as if the question is a small burden. It means someone wanted the name to disappear, he answers. Or, he pauses. It means the person who owns it has held it often. You let that settle, held it often. As if music could be a lifeline. As if the melody was not entertainment, but comfort. Something to touch when the world felt too sharp. You feel the story deepen, gently, not darker, just more human. Sherlock's gaze shifts to a lamppost ahead, where a paper notice has been pinned under wax. Most people would walk past. Sherlock slows. You slow too. The notice isn't a grand announcement. It's not a reward poster. It's a small handwritten note, slanted and neat, like someone trying very hard not to tremble. Lost a small silver music box with a simple, lullaby sentimental value. Please return if found. And then an address. A street name you recognize faintly. Not wealthy, not desperate. A place that exists between. Sherlock's eyes narrow. You see? He murmurs. You nod. The city whispers, you say. And you hear it. He doesn't smile this time. But something in his expression shifts, as if your words placed a warm cloth over a part of him that's always cold. He reaches up and runs a finger under the paper's edge. It's freshly pinned. He taps the wax. Less than an hour, he says. You look at him. You can tell by the wax? He glances at you, almost impatient, but the impatience is directed at himself, not you. The wax is still slightly pliant, he explains, and the paper hasn't absorbed enough moisture. Fog leaves marks, even on hopes. Fog leaves marks, even on hopes. You like that. It feels like a sentence you could carry home. Folded carefully in your pocket, Sherlock pulls the note free, gentle, precise, then pins it back in exactly the same spot. He doesn't steal it. He doesn't disrupt the world. He studies it and returns it, as if respecting the quiet magic of someone asking for help. He begins walking again, faster now, but not running. Sherlock never runs unless he must. His mind does that enough for both of you. The address sits between you like a guiding star. The case is small, a music box, but you can already feel it. Small mysteries are often the most dangerous, not because they bring violence, because they bring meaning. And meaning, to someone like Sherlock, is the one thing he cannot measure easily. You turn down a street lined with narrow houses. The fog here is thinner, and the windows glow warmer. You hear laughter, soft, distant, and the clink of dishes being washed. Ordinary life. The kind of life Sherlock watches like someone peering through glass at a room where he's not sure he belongs. He stops outside a door with a brass number. The address? His gaze scans the step, the frame, the lock. He doesn't knock immediately. He listens. You listen too. Behind the door, a sound. Not music, a cough. Then the scrape of a chair on wood. Someone moving slowly, carefully, as if every motion costs something. Sherlock's hand hovers near the knocker. You notice his fingers hesitate again. It isn't fear of danger. It's something else. A subtle internal conflict, quiet and sharp. The conflict of entering someone's life. The conflict of being seen. Because when you knock on a door, you do more than ask questions. You announce that you exist. Sherlock breathes in. And then, to your surprise, he speaks, not to the door, but to you. If they're upset, he says, I'd prefer you speak first. You blink. It's a small request, but it's also a confession. He is brilliant, yes, but he's still learning something most people learn without thinking. That not every truth should be delivered like a blade. That sometimes kindness is a form of intelligence. You nod. I will, you promise, simply. The promise is quiet, but in the fog, it feels like an oath. Sherlock lifts the knocker and taps, not loudly, just enough. A pause. Then, footsteps approaching. The door opens a fraction, held by a chain. A woman's eye appears first, wary and tired. She looks at you, then at Sherlock, and you feel her measure him instinctively. Not impressed, cautious, like someone who has learned not to trust quick minds. Yes, she asks. You offer your gentlest voice. Good evening, you say. We found something that might belong to you. Her gaze sharpens. Found what? You let your hand lift slightly, not too fast, not too proud. Sherlock brings the music box forward. The woman's breath catches. It's small, but unmistakable, like a candle flaring in a draft. Oh, she whispers. Her fingers grip the chain. That's mine. You can see the pull of emotion in her face before she tries to hide it. Not greed. Relief. The kind of relief that comes when something tender returns to your hands. Sherlock's voice is calm, controlled. We discovered it in an alley, he says. Placed, not dropped. May we ask why it was there? The woman flinches slightly. That's the first sign. Not fear of Sherlock, fear of the story. She glances behind her. You hear the cough again, closer now. An older voice, gentle and weak, calls out, Margaret. Who is it? The woman swallows. Then she unhooks the chain and opens the door fully. The warm air inside spills over you, carrying the scent of tea, soap, and old books. A small home, tidy, carefully kept, as if someone has been holding the walls together by sheer will. Come in, Margaret says, quietly. But, please, keep your voices low. You step inside first, as promised. Sherlock follows, and his gaze shifts instantly to every detail the room offers. A knitted shawl draped over a chair, a kettle still warm, a small pile of letters tied with ribbon, a cracked frame on the mantel with a faded photograph. A life lived gently, even under strain. In the corner, near the fireplace, an older man sits wrapped in a blanket. His eyes are kind, but tired. He looks at you both, then at the music box, and something soft moves through his expression, like memory rising to the surface. You found it, he says, voice rough. I told her it would come back. The tune always finds its way home. Sherlock stands very still. For a moment, he looks younger than ever, not because of innocence, but because he seems caught off guard by how tender the room feels. The older man smiles faintly. Sit, he says. You look like boys who've walked too far inside their own heads. You sit, and Sherlock remains standing, until Margaret gently gestures to a chair. He hesitates, then sits, and that, too, is a kind of magic, because Sherlock Holmes, even young, does not sit easily in someone else's comfort. Margaret takes the music box with trembling hands and sets it on the table as if it's holy. She opens it carefully. The lullaby begins again, soft, uneven, but still beautiful. The older man closes his eyes. You feel the room shift, not into sadness, into meaning. A lesson hiding inside a melody. Sherlock watches Margaret's face and the older man's softened expression. You can see him thinking, why would someone steal something like this? Why would they place it carefully? What did they want? And beneath those questions, another one, quieter. Why does this matter to me? Margaret speaks before Sherlock can ask. It was my mother's, she says. She used to play it when I couldn't sleep. And now, her voice falters. Now I play it for him. She nods toward the older man. He gets frightened at night, she admits, as if ashamed of something that is only human. And the music helps. Sherlock's gaze drops to the table. You see his throat tighten once, just once. He's not moved by sentiment in the way most people are. He's moved by patterns, by cause and effect. And here, the pattern is simple. Love is not always loud. Sometimes it's a lullaby. The older man opens his eyes and looks at Sherlock. You're clever, he says quietly. I can see it in how you hold your shoulders, like you're carrying 1,000 thoughts and none of them can be put down. Sherlock doesn't answer. Margaret closes the music box. She looks at Sherlock and you, voice softer now. Someone came by yesterday, she says. A young woman, well-dressed. She asked to see it. Sherlock's eyes sharpen immediately. Well-dressed, he repeats. Did she say why? Margaret shakes her head. She said it belonged to her family once, that it should be returned. But, Margaret presses her lips together. I didn't believe her. The older man coughs gently. Margaret continues. I told her no. And this morning, it was gone. Sherlock's fingers curl slightly on his knee. Not anger. Focus. The case has changed shape. Not from small to large, from lost to taken, from accident to intent. A quiet theft, a quiet pressure. Sherlock looks at the music box again. Then, almost as if he forgets you're both here, he whispers, Why ask first, if you intend to take it anyway? You watch him, and you understand the lesson unfolding. Sometimes, the first step toward becoming who you are is realizing the world does not always play fair. And sometimes, the true mystery isn't the object. It's the reason someone believes they have the right to take what gives someone else hope. Sherlock rises from the chair. He's careful, polite, but the air around him feels different now, sharper, like the fog outside has entered his mind. He turns to Margaret. Did she leave a name? He asks. Margaret hesitates. Then she walks to the mantel, opens a small drawer, and takes out a visiting card. She hands it to you, not to Sherlock, as if instinctively she trusts the gentler presence first. You read it, a name in elegant lettering, and beneath it, an address. Sherlock leans closer, eyes narrowing. He doesn't speak for a moment. Then, quietly, as if to himself, that's not a family name. He looks up, gaze distant. It's a performance. You feel a chill, not fear, just that little thrill of a mystery turning, like a lock finally meeting its key. Sherlock reaches for his coat. We'll return it, he says, nodding toward the music box. For tonight. But tomorrow, he pauses. Tomorrow we walk again. You stand beside him. And for the first time, you realize this isn't just about solving a case. It's about learning what kind of person you become when you see the world's quiet injustices and choose to respond with courage. Outside, the fog waits like a curtain, and beyond it, somewhere in the city's hidden veins, someone is counting on silence. Sherlock steps toward the door. Then he glances at you, not coldly, not formally, with something almost like trust. Stay close, he says. And you do, because the next clue is already out there. And the night, as always, is full of secrets that only the patient can hear. You step back into the street, and the fog welcomes you like an old companion. It hasn't thickened. It hasn't lifted. It simply waits, as if London itself understands that some nights are meant to unfold slowly. The door closes behind you with a soft click, and for a moment the warmth of the small house lingers, like the echo of the lullaby still humming in the air. Sherlock doesn't speak right away. He walks a few steps ahead, then slows, deliberately, until you are once again side by side. This time, his pace matches yours without effort. You notice that the city feels different now, not darker, more intentional. Each lamppost seems placed with care. Each shadow feels like a sentence waiting to be finished. Sherlock studies the visiting card again under the light. The paper is thick, the lettering precise. Too precise. A name designed to sound old, he says quietly, but it hasn't lived long enough to wear its age. You imagine someone practicing elegance in a mirror, learning how to look like they belong. Someone who wants credibility, you say. Not truth. Sherlock nods. Yes, and someone who expects silence to protect them. You walk past a narrow canal, its surface barely moving, reflecting the lamps like broken stars. The water looks calm, but you know how easily it could pull something under and keep it there. Sherlock pauses near the railing. He rests his hands on the cool iron, leaning forward just slightly. For a moment, he looks less like a detective and more like a young man standing at the edge of something larger than himself. When people lie quietly, he says, they believe they're being gentle. His voice isn't sharp. It's thoughtful. But quiet lies, he continues, are often the ones that stay the longest. You listen. You always listen. That, you're beginning to realize, is your quiet role in this unfolding magic. Not to rush his thoughts, not to interrupt the pattern, just to be present while the truth takes shape. A breeze moves across the canal, cool and deliberate. It brushes your cheek like a reminder. Time is moving. Sherlock straightens. We'll start where appearances matter most, he says. Places where people perform being someone else. You picture drawing rooms, tea tables, polished shoes, and careful smiles. Shops, you suggest. Tailors? Jewelers? Yes, he replies. And theaters. You walk on. The streets grow livelier, though still hushed by the mist. You pass a small theater tucked between buildings, its marquee dim, its posters peeling. An actor's face stares out from the paper, dramatic, convincing, borrowed. Sherlock stops. He studies the entrance. You can learn a great deal, he says, from those who rehearse being believable. Inside, you hear faint movement, someone sweeping, perhaps. No audience, no applause, just preparation. You don't go in, not yet. This isn't the moment for confrontation. It's the moment for understanding. You continue down a side street where shops close early. A jeweler's window catches Sherlock's attention, not because of what's displayed, but because of what's missing. A stand with an empty velvet pad. He leans closer, eyes narrowing. A music box that size, he murmurs. Would have passed through here at some point. If it were sold, you peer into the glass. Wouldn't it leave a trace? You ask. He nods. Everything leaves a trace, he says. The question is, who knows how to see it? The door opens as if summoned by his thought. A man steps out, locking up for the night. He's well dressed, careful in his movements. Sherlock greets him politely. No authority, no accusation, just curiosity wrapped in courtesy. Good evening, Sherlock says. May I ask, did a silver music box pass through your shop recently? The man hesitates, just a fraction too long. Then he shakes his head. No, he says. Nothing like that? Sherlock smiles faintly. Of course, he replies. And the velvet stand? The man stiffens. What stand? Sherlock gestures gently toward the window. The one recently moved. The dust pattern is still visible. Silence stretches. You feel it tighten. The man exhales. Yes, he admits quietly. A woman brought it in this morning, asked for its origin. Sherlock's voice remains calm. And you told her? The man nods. It was made locally, he says. Commissioned years ago. Not valuable in gold, but priceless in memory. Sherlock glances at you, just once. Then back to the man. Did she buy it? The jeweler shakes his head. No. She left angry. Said she'd take it anyway. One way or another. That word hangs in the air. Anyway. The wind shifts. Sherlock thanks the man and steps back. You walk on together, the city resuming its quiet rhythm around you. Sherlock doesn't speak immediately. When he does, his voice is softer. She wanted legitimacy, he says, but not enough to earn it. You nod. And when she couldn't, you add. She took a shortcut. Sherlock's jaw tightens. Shortcuts bother him, not because they're clever, but because they're careless. You turn down a street lit by only one lamp. The shadows here are long, patient. Sherlock slows. There's something else, he says. You wait. She asked before she took it, he continues. That wasn't strategy. That was hope. The word surprises both of you. Hope. You don't steal with hope, you say gently. You steal when hope fails. Sherlock stops. He looks at you fully now, not assessing, not measuring, listening. For a moment, the fog thins between you. You're right, he says quietly. And in that agreement, something inside him settles. A lesson learned not from books, but from walking beside someone who understands the weight of quiet things. The street opens ahead. Somewhere beyond it, a woman believes a name can grant her belonging. Somewhere else, a music box waits to be returned to safety. And here, between mist and lamplight, a young mind learns that truth is not only solved, it is felt. You keep walking, because the city has more to say. And because this journey, this slow, deliberate awakening, is only beginning. The night deepens, not darker, deeper, as if London has lowered its voice, inviting you to listen more closely. The fog thins just enough to reveal rooftops and chimneys, their outlines softened by lamplight. Shadows stretch longer now, less hurried, as though time itself has decided to slow its breathing. Sherlock walks with his hands clasped behind his back. You notice this habit emerging when his thoughts grow heavier, not frantic, not scattered, but layered. There's a mistake people make, he says after a while. They assume motive must be large to justify action. You picture the woman Margaret described, well-dressed, careful, persistent. Sometimes, you reply, people do great harm trying to correct something small. He nods. Yes, he murmurs, a perceived imbalance, an imagined injustice. You pass beneath a bridge, the stone arch holding centuries of footsteps above you. Water drips slowly from the edges, each drop echoing like punctuation. Sherlock pauses beneath the arch. Here, the sounds are amplified, your breathing, the distant carriage wheels, the hush of water meeting water. He turns the visiting card over in his fingers again. This name, he says, it's not false in the way most lies are false. You wait. It's aspirational, he continues, as if she believes that by using it long enough, it will become real. There's no judgment in his tone, only recognition. You feel something open gently in your chest. How does that make you feel? You ask. Quietly. He blinks. The question lands softly, but directly. I don't know, he admits after a moment. That uncertainty irritates me. You smile. Not everything unresolved is a flaw, you say. Sometimes it's a doorway. He considers this, not dismissively, not defensively, as if placing the thought carefully on a shelf he didn't know existed. You emerge from beneath the bridge into a narrower street. Here, the houses lean closer together, their windows glowing amber and gold. In one window, you see a child tracing shapes in the condensation. In another, an old man reading by candlelight, his shadow large and gentle against the wall. Ordinary lives, held together by habits and hope. Sherlock slows again. You noticed the jeweler's reaction before I spoke, he says. You saw the hesitation. You nod. I've learned to watch pauses, you reply. They say what words avoid. He exhales softly. You're observant, he says, but differently. There it is, the unspoken comparison. You don't rush to define it. You simply walk. The street curves, and at its end, a small tea room glows like a promise. Not elegant, not fashionable, comfortable, the kind of place people go when they want to feel anchored. Sherlock hesitates. You're thinking, you say gently, that she might come here. He nods. People drawn to borrowed identities, he says, often seek places where belonging is sold by the cup. You step inside. Warmth folds around you instantly, the scent of tea, baked bread, and wood polish. A bell chimes softly. The woman behind the counter looks up and smiles, tired but kind. Evening, she says. Just closing, but you're welcome to sit. Sherlock thanks her. You choose a small table near the window. The room hums quietly, not with conversation, but with presence. Sherlock watches the reflections in the glass as steam curls from your cups. You know, he says slowly, I used to believe clarity was everything. You lift your cup, feeling the warmth seep into your hands. And now, he continues, I'm beginning to see that understanding sometimes requires patience. You don't comment. You let the truth do its own work. A woman enters the tea room, well-dressed, carefully composed. She pauses when she sees you both. Just a flicker. But Sherlock notices. You notice him noticing. The woman orders tea, her voice measured. She chooses a seat where she can see the door. Sherlock leans back slightly. Performance, he whispers. You watch the woman stir her tea, slowly, precisely, as if rehearsed. She's not waiting to be seen, you murmur. She's waiting to be recognized. Sherlock's eyes sharpen. Yes, he says. And that makes all the difference. You don't confront her. Not yet. You sip your tea. You breathe. You let the moment ripen. Because some truths, especially the gentle ones, must be allowed to surface on their own. Outside, the fog presses softly against the window. Inside, a young mind learns something subtle and vital. That wisdom is not always swift. That courage can be quiet. And that sometimes, walking beside someone who listens is what teaches us how to listen to ourselves. The woman lifts her cup. Her hand trembles. Just enough. Sherlock watches, and in his stillness, you sense the next step forming, not as a strike, but as an invitation. The night has not finished speaking, and neither have you. The tea room grows quieter as the last cups are cleared away. The woman behind the counter dims one of the lamps, and the room settles into a softer glow, the kind meant for endings, not beginnings. Yet you feel it clearly. This is neither. The well-dressed woman sits very still now. Her spoon rests untouched on the saucer. Her tea has gone cold. She looks toward the window, but her reflection keeps looking back at her, asking questions she does not want to hear. Sherlock does not move. He understands something important in this moment, that approaching too quickly would cause her to retreat into performance. So he waits, and you wait with him. The fog outside thickens again, softening the world beyond the glass until the street feels like a dream you could step into and forget yourself entirely. The woman exhales. It is not a sigh of relief. It is the sound of someone running out of places to hide. She turns, slowly, and meets Sherlock's gaze, not defiantly, not with fear, with exhaustion. You found it, she says. It is not a question. Sherlock inclines his head, just slightly. Yes, he replies, and we returned it. Her shoulders relax a fraction. That was decent of you, she murmurs. You notice the word she chooses. Not kind, not right, decent, as if goodness must be negotiated. Sherlock's voice remains calm, measured. Why did you ask for it first? He asks. If you intended to take it regardless. The woman's lips press together. For a long moment, she says nothing. Then, quietly, I needed to know if they'd give it willingly. You feel the weight of that answer. Not malicious, not cruel, human. And when they didn't, you ask gently. Her eyes flick to you, surprised. She hadn't expected softness. When they didn't, she says, I convinced myself that they were wrong. She wraps her hands around her cup, as if trying to warm something deeper than her fingers. That music box belonged to my grandmother, she continues. She sold it years ago. Not because she wanted to, because she had to. Sherlock listens, unmoving. She used to say, the woman adds, that the tune was the only thing that made her feel like herself again. The tea room seems to lean closer. Memory does that. And when you saw it again, Sherlock asks. The woman swallows. It felt like proof, she says. Proof that something of mine still existed, even if it wasn't mine anymore. The sentence hangs in the air, fragile and exposed. You feel a quiet ache in your chest, because you understand this feeling. The fear that if you don't reclaim something from the past, you'll disappear along with it. Sherlock speaks softly now. Taking it wouldn't have returned what you lost, he says. It would have only transferred the loss. The woman closes her eyes. Yes, she whispers. I know. Silence follows. Not awkward, honest. Outside, the fog presses against the glass again, and for a moment, the world feels held between breaths. Sherlock stands. He doesn't loom. He doesn't accuse. He simply rises, like someone concluding a thought. You don't need the object, he says gently. You need the memory and permission to let it rest. The woman looks at him, tears gathering, not falling. What if I don't know how? She asks. You feel it then, the shift. This is not a mystery to be solved. It is a truth to be carried. Sherlock hesitates. Just for a heartbeat. Then he does something small and unexpected. He looks at you, not for instruction, for reassurance, and you nod. A simple gesture that says, you are allowed to be human here. Sherlock turns back to the woman. Start by not pretending, he says. Names are less important than honesty. The woman exhales, long and trembling. She nods. I'll leave it where it belongs, she says, and I'll stop borrowing what isn't mine. Sherlock inclines his head again. That is, wise. As you step back into the street together, the fog feels lighter. Not gone, just kinder. Sherlock walks beside you in silence for a while. Then, quietly, I nearly assumed she was only selfish, he admits. That would have been easier. You smile softly. But you listened, you say. He nods. Yes, he says. I did. And in that admission, you sense it clearly, a lesson settling into place. That brilliance without empathy is sharp, but incomplete. That understanding requires courage, and that walking beside someone who reminds you to pause may be the most important partnership of all. The city stretches ahead, full of quiet doors and unanswered questions. And for the first time, Sherlock does not hurry past them. He walks with you. The street opens again, wider this time, as if the city itself has exhaled. The tea room's light fades behind you, replaced by the steady rhythm of lamps stretching into the distance like a patient constellation. Sherlock's steps are quieter now, not cautious, considered. You notice how his shoulders no longer carry the same tension, how his hands, once clasped too tightly, now move with the easy certainty of someone no longer bracing for impact. The case is finished, but something else has begun. You know, he says after a while, I've always believed the mind should remain active, alert, ready. You listen, letting the sound of your footsteps fill the spaces between his words. But tonight, he continues, I realized something unsettling. You glance at him, inviting but not pressing. There is a difference, he says slowly, between being awake and never allowing oneself to rest. The fog drifts low across the street, curling around your ankles like a gentle reminder. You think of the woman in the tea room, of Margaret, of the old man listening to a lullaby, of how much of life happens in moments that cannot be analyzed into usefulness. Rest isn't absence, you say quietly. It's integration. Sherlock stops walking. He turns toward you fully now. The lamplight catches his face, and for a moment you see him not as a prodigy, not as a mind sharpened for the world, but as a young man learning where to place his weight. Integration, he repeats. He tastes the word. Yes, he says finally, that's precisely it. You continue walking. The city seems to reward the pace. A breeze carries the faint scent of bread cooling somewhere nearby. A cat slips across the street, silent as thought. A window opens, releasing a brief spill of laughter. Small mercies. Sherlock watches them, not as data, but as details allowed to exist without explanation. That woman, he says softly. She wanted proof that she mattered. You nod. And she thought reclaiming the object would do that, you add. Yes, he replies, but it was the story that needed to be heard, not the possession. He grows quiet again. You sense his mind tracing backward, connecting moments, learning not how to solve, but how to understand. You reach a small square where a single tree stands, its branches bare, outlined delicately against the mist. A bench sits beneath it. Sherlock hesitates, then sits. You sit beside him. For once, there is nothing to pursue, No address to visit, no trail to follow. Just presence. I don't often allow myself this, he admits. Stillness. The word sounds unfamiliar in his mouth. What do you notice? You ask. He considers. The sound of the fog, he says, the way it dulls sharp edges, and... He pauses. The fact that my thoughts are quieter when you're here. The admission is not dramatic, it is sincere, and that makes it powerful. You look at the tree. How does that make you feel? You ask gently. He exhales. Relieved, he says, and unsettled. You smile. Growth often feels like both. The fog thickens for a moment, then thins again, as if the city is practicing the art of letting go. Sherlock leans back on the bench, eyes lifting toward the blurred outline of the sky. I've always assumed, he says, that walking alone was necessary. That companionship would slow me. You don't answer immediately. You let the truth arrive on its own. And now, you ask. And now, he says quietly, I see that some paths can only be understood when shared. The tree's branches creak softly overhead. You imagine future nights, future streets, a man who will become known for his solitude and the quiet, invisible thread that once taught him another way. Sherlock stands again, renewed but calm. We should head back, he says. It's late. You rise together. As you walk, you feel it clearly. This was never just about a missing music box. It was about learning that intelligence does not lose its edge when it softens. That observation gains depth when paired with empathy, and that even the sharpest mind needs moments of quiet to remember why it seeks the truth at all. The fog begins to lift, not completely, just enough, and as the night loosens its grip, you sense that something within Sherlock has done the same. Tomorrow, he will think faster again, notice more, question deeper. But tonight, he walks not to solve, but to be. With you. The fog thins as you walk, as if it has said everything it needed to say. London begins to feel less like a puzzle and more like a living thing. Breathing, resting, allowing itself to be known only in fragments. Sherlock's stride is steady now, not driven, not urgent, balanced. You notice how often he glances upward, toward windows dimming one by one, toward the sky where stars struggle gently against the city's glow. There's a misconception, he says at last, that clarity arrives all at once. You wait. That understanding is some final state, he continues, a conclusion. The street curves softly, guiding you toward quieter ground. But tonight, he adds, I suspect clarity is more like this walk. You smile. Slow, you say. Unfinished. Yes, he replies, and dependent on where you place your attention. You pass a small bookshop closed for the night. Its window displays a single open volume, pages frozen mid-thought. A candle burns beside it, steady and patient. Sherlock stops. He studies the book, the flame, the stillness. A mind can burn like that, he says, bright, but contained. You stand beside him. Only if it's protected, you reply, from drafts, from constant disturbance. He nods slowly. The idea settles. You sense him storing it carefully, not as a rule, but as a reminder. You walk on. The night grows quieter still, as if the city has entered its final movement. Sherlock breaks the silence again. When I was younger, he says, I believed observation was enough, that seeing clearly absolved me from engaging. You hear the unspoken truth beneath the words. But seeing, he continues, does not excuse absence. The sentence lands gently, but firmly. You stop near a lamppost where ivy climbs the stone, persistent and unafraid of time. You don't have to withdraw to be brilliant, you say, and you don't have to be alone to think deeply. Sherlock looks at the ivy, at how it reaches upward without apology. I'm beginning to understand that, he says. The city offers one last quiet sound. a distant clock striking the hour. Not loudly, respectfully, time acknowledging itself, Sherlock turns toward you. This partnership, he says, it altered the case. You raise an eyebrow, gently amused. The case was solved, you reply. Yes, he says, but the way it was solved, that was different. He hesitates. Then, softly, I was different. The admission is small, but it echoes. You feel it ripple outward into future streets, future nights, future versions of the man beside you. You resume walking. The fog has almost fully lifted now, revealing the clean lines of the street ahead. Soon, you will part ways. Not dramatically, not with ceremony, just as all meaningful things do. Quietly, Sherlock slows. This won't always be my way, he says. Walking beside someone. You nod. I know, you answer. But you'll remember it, you add, when you need it. He stops, looks at you, truly looks, and in his eyes you see something rare. Recognition, not of your usefulness, but of your presence. Yes, he says, I will. The lamplight flickers once, then steadies. And in that steadiness, you feel the lesson the night leaves behind, that the sharpest insight is not found in isolation, but in moments of shared stillness where the mind learns to rest and the heart learns to listen. You take one last step together, then another, and the night, having taught what it came to teach, begins to let you go. The street narrows again, not abruptly, but with intention, as if guiding you both toward a quieter conclusion. The fog has almost vanished now. What remains is a thin veil, enough to soften the edges of things, enough to remind you that clarity doesn't require harshness. Sherlock walks a few steps ahead, then slows. You know this moment. Not because it's familiar, but because it feels inevitable. Ahead, the street divides. One path curves toward brighter avenues where morning will arrive sooner. The other slips into quieter lanes where the night lingers a little longer. Sherlock stops at the center. This is where we separate, he says. It's not regretful, not cold, simply observed. You stand beside him, and for a moment, neither of you moves. The city hums softly. A distant carriage, a window closing, the sigh of wind through stone. You know, he adds, I used to believe endings were failures of logic, that if something concluded, it meant it hadn't been thought through far enough. You smile faintly. And now, you ask? And now, he says, I see that endings are permissions. You let that settle. Permissions to carry something forward, without clinging to its form, a lesson without a rule. Sherlock looks down the quieter lane, the one that leads away from you. For a long time, he admits, I feared becoming dependent on people, on comfort. You don't interrupt. But dependence, he continues, is not the same as connection. His voice is steady now, as if saying the words aloud has aligned something inside him. Connection, he says, is chosen. You feel warmth spread quietly through your chest. That's why it matters, you say, because it can end and still remain true. He nods. Yes, he agrees. Exactly. A lamplight flickers behind you, casting your shadows forward, two silhouettes briefly overlapping on the stone. Sherlock notices. He always does. For what it's worth, he says, this walk will influence how I walk alone. The sentence is simple, but it holds weight, not obligation, not promise, memory, and memory, you realize, is a kind of magic too. You turn slightly, preparing to go, but before you do, he speaks again. You never once told me what to think, he says. You simply stayed. You meet his gaze. Sometimes, you reply softly, that's all that's needed. He inclines his head, not formally, gratefully. You take a step back, then another. The distance grows, slowly, respectfully, until you are no longer walking side by side. Yet the space between you does not feel empty. It feels complete. Sherlock turns down his path. You turn down yours. The city opens ahead, ready to receive you both into separate stories. And as you walk away, you sense it clearly. Some partnerships are not meant to last forever. They are meant to arrive exactly when they are needed, to teach, to soften, to awaken, and then, quietly, to let go. The night does not follow you. It simply watches, content that you have learned how to listen. You walk for a while without counting the steps. The street unfolds gently ahead of you, no longer demanding attention, only presence. Behind you, somewhere beyond sight, Sherlock Holmes continues on his way, not as a legend, not as a name the world will one day sharpen into myth, but as a young man carrying something new and fragile within him, awareness. The city feels different now, not because it has changed, but because you have. You notice how the lamps seem warmer, how the stones beneath your feet feel steadier, how the night no longer presses, but accompanies. You realize something quietly profound. Walking beside him was never about guiding him forward. It was about showing him that forward movement does not require isolation, that the mind, no matter how brilliant, does not lose its edge when it allows another presence to share the silence. You pause beneath a lamppost where the light pools softly, like a held breath. For a moment, you imagine him stopping too, elsewhere in the city. Not because he must, but because he chooses to. You imagine him replaying fragments of the night, the way the music box trembled before falling silent, the way a lie softened when met with understanding, the way stillness revealed more than urgency ever could. And you sense, without certainty, but with faith, that these fragments will stay with him. Not as memories he revisits often, but as instincts, as pauses between thoughts, as gentler conclusions, as moments when he will choose to listen instead of retreat. The night deepens once more, but now it feels like a closing book, not a looming shadow. You continue walking. Each step feels deliberate, yet effortless, and you realize that this is the true magic of the journey, not the mystery solved, not the truth uncovered, but the quiet transformation that occurs when two paths align briefly, long enough to remind each traveler who they are capable of becoming. Somewhere, a clock strikes softly. Time moves on. It always does. But certain nights linger, not in memory, but in direction. You breathe in the cool air. And as you do, a question forms, not demanding, not urgent, just gently curious. What parts of yourself did you notice tonight that you had forgotten were there? You walk on, because the answer does not need to arrive now. It will find you when you are ready to hear it. And somewhere in the city's unseen currents, a young mind walks forward, less alone than before, carrying with it the quiet truth that connection, once felt, is never truly lost, only transformed. Morning does not arrive all at once. It seeps in gently, like understanding. The sky lightens in slow gradients, soft gray giving way to pale blue, as if the night itself is loosening its grip with care. You feel it before you see it, the subtle shift in the air, the way the city begins to stretch after holding its breath for so long. Somewhere behind you, the last lamplights dim. Somewhere ahead, windows open. And somewhere else, on another street, in another quiet moment, Sherlock Holmes wakes with the strange sensation that something within him has changed. Not dramatically, not enough to name, just enough to matter. You walk a little slower now. There is no need to rush toward daylight. What mattered has already happened. You think of the music box, safe again in the hands that needed it. You think of the woman who learned that reclaiming the past is not the same as honoring it. You think of a young mind that learned, perhaps for the first time, that silence can be shared without losing its power. This is how transformation often works. Not as revelation, but as recognition. The city feels almost ordinary again. And yet, you know better. Because once you've walked through the night with open awareness, Nothing is ever quite the same. You stop at the edge of the street where your journey truly ends. There is no farewell spoken, no promise made, and that feels right. Some encounters are not meant to bind the future, only to prepare it. You imagine Sherlock walking on, his thoughts already returning to puzzles, to questions, to the restless pull of curiosity. But now, tucked quietly among them, is something else. A memory of walking beside someone who did not demand answers. A memory of stillness that did not threaten his brilliance. A memory of learning that insight deepens when the heart is allowed to breathe. And perhaps, on a future night, when the world feels too loud, when solitude feels heavier than usual, he will slow his steps. He may not remember why. He won't need to, because some lessons do not live in memory. They live in instinct. You turn toward your own path. The day is waiting, not impatiently, patiently. And before you step forward, you pause just once more to ask yourself, what would change in your life if you allowed yourself to walk more gently through it? Not rushing to solve, not rushing to prove, just walking, noticing, listening, and trusting that even the quietest journeys can shape who we become. If you choose to return, this path will be here. The city will whisper again. The night will open its doors. And the story, like all true magic, will continue to unfold exactly when you need it. Until then, rest. Carry the calm with you. And remember, some walks never truly end. They simply teach us how to keep going.